旅にな。はあ、そら、はあ。 お披露目だ。じゃじゃーん。
呪言律流海の
ちぎりよ。全部丸見えね。これもあ ある種の解放なのかな。ご安心を。ふっセントなるみ。
呪言チョック来光意図美しきかな。律令呪言
ソーランドいこい。
はっせ
僕をたたえよ。出てこい。そらお披露目だ。
全力攻撃だ。
歌え僕の名のもとに。そら師匠の技を食らいなさい。渾身の術光ほっほっそれほっはっそれ
みんながそばに。
ほっほらはっほっ話が通じないならただ出てこい。世界を熱狂の渦に。僕をたたえよ。よっはっ
みんなは俺が守る。燃えろ。
ほっ歌え僕の名のもとに。ほっせいふっはっ師匠の技を食らいぬ。渾身の術。じゃじゃーん。よっ世界を熱狂の渦に。やめてくれ。
全力攻撃だ。
はっはっ熱々でしょ。
天に召せ。天に召せ。
ただーん。はっふっ開幕だ。はっはそらはっははあそらはあそら。 手をつなぎましょう。ご安心を。称賛すべき好奇心ね。光よ。
かつて受け取るといい。コホン、僕が許そう。よっと、ほい。
anything else more interesting? Being too pop. Yep. Yoo-hoo! Everyone hold hands! Time to shine! Rest and rebuild! This may hurt a little. Hold the line. Take it. Go on. You have my approval. Strike a pose. Rest and rebuild. Everyone hold hands. Let the world come alive!
Don't tell me that's everything.
I have high hopes for this journey.
Stabilize!
Let my name echo in song! Get out of here! Everybody stand! Feels a split! Burned too brightly. I have high hopes for this journey.
Some in-the-field research?
Adventure time!
Get out of here!
Off we go!
Burst forth!
Fire hazard!
I'm going in!
Stabilize!
Live! Witness my great undertaking!
Time for a light show!
Gather!
Burst forth!
Feels a split!
Stabilize!
Teamwork is strength! Time for a light show!
Gather!
Fire hazard! I'm really not accustomed to using a vision. Oh, why don't you teach me? I nearly forgot. You've never used a vision either. Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like... Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now! Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlet was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Nervlet? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Joining the Ministry of External Relations.
Work is work.
Definitely.
Send wherever you go.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot of... Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Oh, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
need to make sure she's still...
Come into being!
Get out of here! Take cover! Yeah, everybody stand! Feel the split!
Solidify! Stabilize! This is order!
Teamwork is strength!
Gather! Burst forth!
Time for a light show! What a strange and wonderful...
Let's get this interview started. Smile! Say cheese! I knew you. Strike a pose! Showering you with praise! Everybody stand back! Go to the ship down! Get out of here! I'm going in!
Order guide you. Stabilize.
Yoo-hoo! Ooh, let me open it. The show begins!
Adventure time! Everybody stand back! Even better than I imagined. It's my lucky day.
Gather!
How brilliant! The sun feels almost as hot as those studio lights I'm in front of all the time. Good thing there can only be one sun.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put! We're coming up! Watch your balance!
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Boring! Isn't there anything else more interesting to do? Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you. Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much? Boring! Isn't there anything else more interesting to do? Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you. Boring! Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
It's Navia! She's over there! Hey, Navia! Are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could!
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water, those who realized the Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible. But there have been a lot. The water that flooded the... No one knows if this could happen again.
How awful.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
And out she goes!
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we... Of course, we should... Traveler, Paimon, would you...
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't...
Right. That's... how...
Navia? Navia, what?
Sorry. I just... Maloose and Silver... They...
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but they were helping evacuate the... And... I've known them for so long. I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Maloose and Silver...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy...
I can understand. Besides...
See, it's not just me. I always want to...
How could Master ever be upset with you? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That
makes sense. In that case...
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered.
Personally, I believe we fill those...
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey... I'd promised to let them rest in peace. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But...
I had always thought I could make my wishes. Maloose and Silver, I'm so...
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this.
Obena... Khan... Burnett... Giverny... So...
It's okay. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Don't... Maloose and Silver were not the...
You're right. What you said just now was...
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave?
Ah. Is everything going well on your side?
Yes. My people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of... As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you...
We just met recently.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the...
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui...
This is nothing to brag about. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, lending your organization...
Without your help...
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Maloose and Silver.
Don't say that. As Paimon said, I've never liked hearing people put it...
You're right. I'm sorry for... Water is life to Fontaines.
So, you're one who will try to
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to... By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
All right, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need to... Traveler, I'm sure you remember. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence net. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly.
So that's why the Fatu—
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been— Linny told me that outside of the house, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. Lynette and Fremine said that they also see you as such. Even though you are not, I'm sure you already understand how—
Oh! That's—
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only—
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Nop?
But are you sure you're up to
Well, I'm sad, yes. But there's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something—
Since you put it that way, I have no objection. All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle— Strike a pose! So, are these the ruins?
They seem to be pretty ancient.
Let's go in and have—
Just be careful.
the world collide! May I present? Allow me. The floor here isn't safe. Rust, rebuild. This place has also been contaminated by pipe.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be don't get by my wrong.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. That complicates things.
In that case, do you...
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water... I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit.
All right. Come with us for now. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side. Let's move up. How brilliant!
There's something wrong with this bridge!
Huh? Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh. Was I?
Yes, it would appear so.
That's quite possible.
Oh. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. This is a familiar...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. I was just trying to recall...
Do you remember Mr. Givert?
We were headed to see how things were...
Ah, right.
Oh? Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have you...
I've been great. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting...
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and...
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia?
Oh,
yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're very good. I don't know what we would have done without your help.
Ah, did you?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not...
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time I've heard this name. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important...
Huh? We do?
Well, now...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you.
My trial?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Oh?
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... excited about something. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so... And as for the judge...
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver.
All right, but...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any...
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, as all here know, you are Master Callus's After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in...
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with...
Huh?
Oh, well, if that's what you think...
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I see...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only...
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely Please do not mistake her actions.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the... Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts. Everything is measured. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We...
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how we will enforce justice.
Demoiselle!
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid. And
absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia.
Silence!
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there...
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now!
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within. I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your
Wait! Did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you...
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with...
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of us? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when they're...
I merely thought that we should give Navia some... I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way! Don't worry. She's...
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi! Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about... So, never. This isn't going.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even... Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
All eyes on me!
Dada Kundala. Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step. Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden space.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
stone slates. It seems like...
perhaps we should just leave them be.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that
The surrounding walls also...
There's something written below. Let Paimon see.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean...
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate...
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what?
And is that Lady Furina in the 3rd image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around?
The 4th image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters. And... More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the...
I really...
Still...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the 3rd image. That means that the person...
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does... The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the...
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient...
But who would have created these...
It seems that any further clues will have to come from...
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my...
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
She has long been...
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands.
I will be carefully considerate.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is... Oh, all right. I'll be on my way then.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, is the best. Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Mona?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means...
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well. The Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegist.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means...
Thrice as great?
I know, right? That's just how she is.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a...
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yeah.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona?
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerned... I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must...
A visionary?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and...
Thanks, Mona.
Oh, well.
That's the greatest of astrologers.
Indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I were...
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicion. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see...
You're here!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. Say this once more. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know, but you found them...
That's correct. Which is why... The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon...
I don't. I've never seen such slate.
I'll ask you again. My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone...
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. I understand your concerns.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long... There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to...
Well, since you know about my secret investigation, there's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my... Just trust in me. That's all I have to say. We do not... Oh!
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
I assume you've been outside...
Oh! You noticed!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so... Everyone in her inner circle, we may have to...
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when
But Furina seems...
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No,
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the... Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now...
For me, I would prefer... Our line of work requires a deft hand, and...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinate...
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals...
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such trick. But I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but...
Kind, as always. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Furina was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable... huh? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all! Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before!
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here!
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru!
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people isn't... consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view...
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future, as are the things that you shall...
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kinda scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter... This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice... It's gone. Paimon hears someone talking. All right, coming! Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Luna!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparation.
Did she have
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't read. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hags...
Whoa.
Their abilities alone...
Well, it's not like...
Yes, she was quite... Perhaps it is something that you... Traveler,
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you... I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still...
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said. But also kinda sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by. Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trick. So while the fortress fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, journalist Charlotte's... Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her! She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time. Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat? Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! So delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go! Paimon's sure it'll be great!
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermoni.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of...
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating.
And there she goes! Alright, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Exactly? Forget about me. This is about what you want.
office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just...
Oh, you needn't worry about that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for...
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over,
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like this.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It's... So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a
Nice. In which case, can this dip...
Huh? So your article...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like...
Yeah, are we?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then...
Oh, in that case, we'll just...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the... Ooh, so much to get...
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded...
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? If you're seriously asking, then I might... From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job. And I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Marechaussee Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is custom.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, and that further argument was pointless, the Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full
So, you...
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her. But we don't have any... That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary... Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to lose! Poisson, here we come! This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of death at station. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
What was meant to happen did happen.
sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Furina. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina.
So it is you, blonde travel.
Furina, you were.
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that They even dare. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the marsh.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? That's against the...
Furina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with... This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here!
What?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
Paimon's exhausted.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer
Yep, that...
what's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flood.
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating. I once had informants all over Tevat. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the give up. Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times. Especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. But just now, it all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't... Don't worry. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine...
Come on! Paimon could have sworn...
Share my That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my... A witness. Yes, I've heard that you... And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show... If...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado...
So, this is... Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor...
May I interpret these words as your refuse? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on?
Wow. How
Lady Furina.
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses?
I raised my hands just now to I will admit that I'm sorry, everyone. You are not the only... But now, I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true This time. Applaud and mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine!
Woohoo! Oh, no. Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is...
All right, then. Who?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then... Also, please allow me to ask, just how much work did...
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward.
Navia, the president of the...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like... So, we arranged for a second group.
So, you mean... the ones who...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the...
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled... Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess, Nervilette, you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would... Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence...
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you. As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to... You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived on... Oh? It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this...
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's... Oh, let Paimon see. means. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very... The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happened. The fortress of Mirapede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. The words of someone... This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of... I nearly lost my awesome friend. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly... According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both child and that whale should have been in the... The fortress of Mirapede was almost a Fatui harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on. Just fast forward to the part, of course. It is only natural.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro...
Charge accepted. Lady Furina. Lady Furina.
I plead not. There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine.
Yeah, even though Lady Furina can be rather...
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever... See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me if you wish to...
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claim...
Well, and if I was not the
That doesn't sound... First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave?
A curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble the type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
Lady Furina.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. For centuries, manifestations of my authority, one need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult...
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your... While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are you will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's...
I never thought...
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by
the real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know why the but the Oratries handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently. You can't...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that...
My power...
If that poses a concern, I'm
You don't need to go.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive... Thus did I give up all of my...
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can it...
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's...
Hey, come now, everyone! I'm still the same, please.
If what the prosecutor said is true...
Did she deceive all of us?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if you have...
Wow. That doesn't... It has been established that all Fontanians...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck, including those of some of my... So, Miss Furina, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater... But, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently, and choose the
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's
Lady Furina, this test has...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate...
She's just staring at the...
What's going on? Is she...
Due to the inherent risk...
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now?
Miss Siegewing, if you're present, Miss...
Siege? Don't be nervous.
Please announce the result.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying... She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial...
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Furina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did... However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. We don't want anyone else to...
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a... It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't... Listen to me, everyone! Think about it! Also... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your art...
I
don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's two-stepped against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Anal... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique...
Well, what's wrong? What's the
No, the Oratrice...
Isn't that correct?
However, the exact wording of the... to be punished via the death sentence.
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's...
Furina's been sentenced to death by...
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real...
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, but now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro...
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission
Is that... Huh. So the knave privately arranged...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took... But has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing...
Huh? So what do you see?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to...
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? So when you say
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine... However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they...
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by... That reminds Paimon... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy of the Fontanians of... We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first.
We know from the case, and the first, this might be the reason.
That doesn't...
Perhaps what is about to take place, the true sin of the Hydro and the original sin cast down on the... It's not as simple as when Navia fell into the sea. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could... The prophecy from the stone slates found the fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve if we hadn't dealt with it in time.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the sea. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. Now, so that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny.
We're not real.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their... The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon...
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Yeah, isn't the image here just... So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prop... In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full... Now that the slate collection is complete, I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all your hypotheses regarding the origin of In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would... Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how...
So you...
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death? After...
This really might be too much
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in they have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead, you may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her conscience... Therefore, that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the Court of Justice. Yes.
I think I'm following now. In truth, everything we've done...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter...
If that's the case, does them...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small... About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fort... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, as for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe... This eruption was just a small warning of the things to...
It was both...
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that...
The truth, the original sin.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your...
So we've met it at last. I understand very well that whale does not belong to Tevat. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainian...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
That is correct. From the way he looked, he must have been
That battle maniac! Anyway...
It is too late. It had already absorbed even if the entire...
That's not something I will accept. We've already done we've come...
Indeed. That's no...
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Just as prophecies are usually... Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina! No, I still need answers.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face.
You are not Furina.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a...
Focalor.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had the heavenly principle.
Deceiving the...
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. One was not amused. In fact, one was positive. She knew full well that the prophecy... And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the... So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible... I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hard. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this. Anymore.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids? Transformed into a human by...
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eye, after becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable. Her strengths were of a kind but in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role. to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any... I cannot begin to fathom what to endure.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human, it's been 5, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, all right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. I am Focalor, the eyes of countless Fontanians. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Here!
Hold the line! Yeah! Roll! Billowing surge! Let's move out. Allow me.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards! Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Time to shine!
Yeah, committed to memory. Let's move out.
Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... mirror me? How...
Mirror you, huh?
Mirror me?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think... I don't... The people will all be...
Oh.
What's going on?
Yes, it will. And that...
But doesn't that mean everyone will die?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. I will tell you how to save everyone.
Oh, so there's still hope. As for... But if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where...
I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing.
Play as...
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade if you can keep...
But how will I...
Don't worry. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you... Remember, your true challenge will not be...
I'm still... So, how long...
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many... But
A trial, huh? The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome. I'm sure you've all heard about how, in truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine... I thought I might stammer, but thankfully...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more... assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of... Right. Mirror me said, calm down, Furina. Assertive. Now, I was wondering if some... Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. You may consider my previous... Now then,
so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Your future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of may law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my he is doing much better now. Oh, you're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this.
allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going. And alright, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases.
There'll be no need.
Lady Furina,
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed. I don't think I just don't know when I feel utterly exhausted.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a...
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it?
Are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god.
No wonder. No wonder.
So, in hundreds of years, I never imagined that if I want to tell someone, anyone. I've conducted so many, but all I can do is keep heart.
Furina, you don't have to although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
Share that's impossible. It was...
But even if your burden doesn't need to be just share it with me.
A witness. And if to that is, in its entirety, a show... If that... He's right. I could, but if things don't play out... No, Furina, you shouldn't be... But what if... Furina, you've worked so hard. Is it such an If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might think about it. Long and hard.
No, I have nothing to say. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance.
Fine.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter, it seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good. Of course the Iudex of Fontaine has... I'm sure you've long sensed that the oratory...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the court. It now seems that that person was you.
And then I became one with the oratories, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes. Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the oratories take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the oratories. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient...
all you've done throughout the years is just so you could...
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Hydro Dragon, I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially this? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possess. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original... Speaking of justice, I have always believed that so, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine, then, leaving matter... In other words, existent, defying the At this point, Eudex Neuvillette.
So when I was in... At last. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living... You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Eudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just...
Was that bright light some sort of...
But since we're all
It's time to end this. I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. Come with me, Traveler. The hour of execution. done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility. The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. A chance will present itself.
Why is there a hole looking thingy over there? That looks scary. With all my strength. Stop that stuff! Let the world collide! This may hurt a little.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Positions. Grow, grow, grow! Hold the line! Permanence of the deep!
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point.
That power.
Paimon has an idea. It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the...
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other... so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial water. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point...
Well, being that this pet almost... So what sort of person is your master?
Oh, right. So his name is Sir Tologi.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So master isn't sufficiently famous.
The foul?
Still nothing? Well...
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhyme Doctor's part of the Hex.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names, but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely—
Wait! Didn't you also mention a
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has mostly— In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting—
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey!
Help! Over here!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand! Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
The soil renewed. The Furina attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Furina de Rasul. Future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be... People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh?
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represents... Our residents are...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like... But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the
Huh?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of—
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor for not—
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the trap.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone—
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you.
Wow, you really do.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the fortress.
Whoa, you're well informed.
That's a very complete information.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become— I told him that it was best—
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I—
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to—
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance?
Of course.
It's an honor to finally—
No need to thank me.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear.
Sir, please don't.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jury.
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually— The boat that brought about— Still, if I might add—
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Really?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos.
Is my hair messed up?
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this?
See.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on, Miss...
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the front?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's under...
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right?
You're too kind, sir. I believe...
I'll just... I see.
He sure did win them over.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss...
Oh, actually...
What change can there be? As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll...
Hey, everyone! The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a...
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right, last stop, the docks. Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Furina here. Isn't that right, Furina?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Furina socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid... Father says that you did a great deal during...
That's all right.
Oh, I guess you have... After Lady...
A diplomatic gift?
Yes, it could have been done as... Furthermore...
That's...
I would agree. I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which...
Isn't he real busy but back to the topic.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to...
Are you going to take the note?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerned switching my masks. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows. As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision?
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist. That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like. The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so...
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met, too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own... All right, then. We'll be handing out pockets and some other...
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy. You really are here, Neverlet. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. In any case, you came at a good...
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. All right, let's have it then.
It is strange how...
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine... But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the...
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers... Fontanians were incomplete, but so long. In other words, when I...
Focalor must have counted on you to make that... Yeah! And in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to...
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole... hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real...
Life has always flowed like water.
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those Oceanids...
Paimon...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case alone, but whether it be by... As for the judgment passed by the... Whether it was due to that...
Guess Focalor had... hang on a second. Back when Fontanians had...
Life has always...
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain...
In truth, those Oceanids...
Paimon...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right!
Leaving aside their intention, their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least the Oratrice has ceased to fight. As such, it has lost all. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to...
What complicated consideration...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide. So, as far as I'm aware, Natlan can be...
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Natlan is also the nation of war. There is one other piece of information I got in. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the...
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer.
I suggest that you fully prepare. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had we guessed that there might be some
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence. So regarding this specific issue, I was just... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going...
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal, is it? I can finally catch the scent. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons. But with something very simple. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what...
Of course. You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains?
According to your parlance.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her nose, but I fear I have never heard of it described.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to this. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall...
What do you mean?
No need to fret. These are...
This third descender you refer to.
Master never mentioned. If you're interested, though, I could ask him.
Next time. You believe we will meet?
I do. Wait. I have a...
That's what she told.
The remains of... So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they...
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be put... I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of... That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible... I wonder...
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all? That's what you say, but this topic still feels... Once child recovers, let's get some more answers.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind...
All right. Whatever the case is...
Yes.
But... she's...
I suppose that would be the mystery. I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes, life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, and what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains?
deserves a reward. Commit it to memory. Everyone hold hands! Shower me with praise! I see everything!
Becomes the hunted.
Splendid! More interesting trinkets for me. Huh?
It'll sell like hotcakes.
parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette...
Finally done for the day.
Ooh, what a pleasant surprise! Truly an extra slice of joy. Stay Yoo-hoo! Strike a pose! Yoo-hoo! Shower me with praise! Yoo-hoo! Shower me with praise! Strike a pose! Strike a pose! Yoo-hoo! Shower me with praise! Yoo-hoo! Strike a pose! Shower me with praise! Yoo-hoo! Shower me with praise! Strike a pose! Shower new spray! Yoo-hoo!
This may hurt a little. Commit it to memory.
Showering you with praise! Yoo-hoo! Huh? Yep. Strike a pose!
Positions! Everyone hold hands! I see everything!
Take it. Go on. You have my approval.
Allow me! Hey!
Dance with the waves!
Billowing surge! Rust and rebuild! curiosity deserves a reward.
What is the situation?
I will have order.
Now you shall perish! Illusion shattered!
Everybody stand back!
Stabilize!
Teamwork is dreamwork! Fire hazard! Off we go!
Adventure time! Off we go!
I really like the Lumitoile. Those creatures can glow. I'm really not accustomed to using a vision. Oh!
Commissions? Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps? Paimon's just being enthusiastic. We're old friends now, she gets it.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Looking for the next challenge, I see. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open. Having read the details, however, I don't believe you'd consider it to be lucrative.
Don't worry about that. We were just kidding. So what's the situation?
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues and is currently unable to perform the role. But the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulties, so unfortunately they cannot afford to pay the replacement actress.
That does sound like a tricky situation. So basically they're looking for a volunteer?
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses, but none of them were willing to take the job. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably have to postpone the show. And delays tend to create all sorts of new problems.
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Traveler? Any ideas? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring in musicals.
If you're interested in helping, why not start by having a chat with the requester? He's right over there. Maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help him figure out another solution. Maybe there's something he hasn't thought of.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? No wonder, he looks like he just ate a sour lemon. Paimon approves! Let's go! Hello there! Are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two! Are you really willing to act in my musical?
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous in Fontaine already. But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard that you're in a bit of a bind, so we figured we could at least try to help you think of a solution.
Ah, I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a long shot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. It would be such a shame. That's the thing. We're not some high-profile theater troupe, just a group of amateur enthusiasts. All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience, never mind ticket fees. If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently. But now, it looks inevitable that we'll disband.
Disband? You're splitting up the troupe?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? Yeah, this is supposed to be our final show together as a troupe. One last show. And after that, we go our separate ways. So we were really hoping to end on a high note. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Not after all the time and effort we've invested into it. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since childhood, and unfortunately, it flared up again recently. It really drains all her energy, so she's in no state to perform. The show just won't be the same without her. But for everyone else's sake, I still hope we can find a way to hold the performance on schedule.
Got it. We have a clearer picture now. Let's see if we can come up with any ideas. What if we sponsored the show? Traveler, how much more are you carrying?
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor, and I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions for the Mora, that's not exactly rescuing the show. We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... you know who? That's how you know we're the best of partners. Anyway, she should have all the free time in the world right now. She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd. Performing in a musical should be a piece of cake for her.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her? That was a joke, right?
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident that she'd be really good at it.
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. They were one of the reasons she was so popular. But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Furina might feel a bit out of place in an amateur troupe like ours. Well, yes, but... Fair enough. I mean, if she was actually willing to, then of course I'd be honored to have Lady Furina star in our show. I'm sure the rest of the troupe would be delighted too. I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing on stage with her one day. Of course, it all depends on whether she's interested. She might consider this opportunity beneath her.
No point in stressing about that. We'll only know if we ask her. And besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to be all high and mighty anymore.
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the good news. Good luck.
Wait, where does Furina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's, moved out, right?
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Woo! When did you...
I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. I thought I should... It is my duty to...
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, now that we've got the...
surprise. Truly an extra slice of joy.
I see everything. Allow me.
Let my name echo in song!
Share my knowledge. Hey!
Ha. Right here.
I warned you.
This must go on.
Please hold for just a moment.
Bring her in! Prior in consideration.
Hold the line.
Apologies.
Grow.
Pardon me. I have out of my sight.
Everyone hold it. Hold the line.
Emerge. Right here. Right now. Time to shine. The show begins. Out of my sight. This body belongs to ice and snow. Splendid! More interesting trinkets for me. How brilliant! that's everything.
Rest and rebuild!
Right.
May I present?
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Hey!
Right.
Allow me! Rest and rebuild! Everyone hold hands! Let the world come alive! Shower me with praise!
This way, Furina. Let the world collide! Oh! Allow me! Grow, grow, grow! A brash maneuver! Rebuild! Covenant of the Deep! This way, Furina. Grow! Yoo-hoo! Time to shine! Committed to memory! Yeah! Grow, grow, grow! Hold the line! Strike a pose! Allow me! This way, Furina. Let's move out. Let's move out. Rest and rebuild! Grow, grow, grow! Allow me! Committed to memory!
Right now. Right here. Right now.
The show begins! Let mining echo in song!
Sharing my knowledge! Grow, grow!
Torrent, bring refuge!
Rest and rebuild! Let's move out. This way, Furina.
What a nuisance. Emerge. Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Grow, grow, grow! Allow me!
Oh, brilliant!
Committed to...
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
May I present?
Right now.
Grow, grow, grow! The Temple of Wisdom!
Time to shine! Oh, brilliant!
Hold the line!
Right here. Right now.
Strike a pose!
Allow me. This may prelude. The mining echoing song.
What a pleasant surprise! Truly an extra slice of joy. The show begins!
emerge.